Alright. So, yesterday, we almost finished case number 4. We pretty much know what happened, we just have to put the finishing touches on it and explain it to everyone. We pretty much know that the person that died right underneath the window. And the lady that was throwing shit at her husband hit the window and it fell straight down, and it's going to go book first, and then the lady picks up the book. Like, bends over to pick up the book, and then the knife got thrown and hits her in the back, and that's how she got stabbed. And then the police officer, because it was his anniversary and he was just getting off work, moved the body to the other side of the road so that it wouldn't be his job to do it, so he could go have dinner. And that's pretty much where we're at, I think. And it had nothing to do with Saseki, who I don't even think has been shown in this trial whatsoever. Like, they showed McGilded a lot in the last trial, and he had testimony and he talked and stuff. They haven't even shown Saseki, I don't think. Hey, Bamfy! Hey, Penguin! How are y'all doing today? How was your day off today, Bamfy? I played a little Arknights earlier, and I got up to another threshold in one of the Annihilation ones, so I get a 25 Kool-Aid cap every week now increase. So that was cool. I know 25 a week doesn't make much of a difference, but that's okay. Making popcorn for the national championship starting soon. Nice! Yeah, it's a San Diego State and UConn, right? You finally did your taxes, which made you mad as you expected? Yeah. I did mine a few weeks ago. It also made me mad. Although, I did not use TurboTax this time, because fuck TurboTax. I used somewhere else. Last year, TurboTax dropped like a giant fee on me right at the end, because I have to report some income from streaming, right? And because it's from streaming, it's technically like, you know, self-employed and royalties and things like that. And because it was self-employed, they said, no, we can't do that for the free one. You have to pay, you know, an extra $100 to do it. And I'm like, what the fuck? But they didn't tell me that until the very end. You hope San Diego State makes a game of it? You just barely passed the reporting threshold for self-employed income, so 8 to 30. Yep, Yep, same exact thing happened to me last year. So this year, I used, oh god, if you remind me, I can like find the one I used, because I searched for some free ones. That were like from the, because like you can go to like the IRS website, and they give you a list of like free ones or something. And I can send you that for next year, because this year, for this one, they didn't charge me any sort of like fee or anything. Yeah, 1099 nonsense. Mine's 1099 miscellaneous. And what killed... I got the notification saying that mine has been accepted and stuff, and I made the payment and all that. So I should be good, but I need to look in and make sure, like, once again, that everything's, like, taken care of. And I can, like... Because if you use TurboTax also, like, I got real mad last year, because that's what TurboTax did to me last year. They didn't tell me in advance, but they told me right at the end that, oh, it's going to cost you X number of extra dollars to do this because you have self-employed income. And it just, like, ate most of my shit. There's all the paperwork. Oh, I bet. Yeah, when you've got like a bunch of stuff going on. I will say it wasn't quite as easy, because like TurboTax does make it super easy to just like fill in and like help you out. The one I used, it told you like what things you needed to do. But it wasn't like an auto thing from like the previous year, like TurboTax, like, well, last year you did this, is it more or less or whatever? Anyways. Oh, yeah. both years that you had gig work income, TurboTax said pay me. Yeah, so what TurboTax let me do last year was like do a bunch of my info where I was like almost done, and then it's like, do you have any extra income that you need to report? And I'm like, yes. And they're like, what? And I told them, like, oh, we can't do that. You have to pay the $99 version to get that done. And at that point, I'm at the very end of it, and I'm like, I'm not doing this all over again somewhere else. Fine. And then I made the mental note that under no circumstances am I to do TurboTax again the next year. And I didn't. We'll see how it works out. Because Newton's going to be mad about it again. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I 100% agree with you, Penguin. And Bampy, like, it just gets me really mad. Because we're playing a stupid game in which they know what I owe them. And I have to, like, guess and see if I'm correct. And if I guess wrong, I get in trouble. But you can just tell me what I owe you. And it would be very easy. It would be super easy. Take like 5 minutes. And that's apparently how it works in other places. They might not know fully, but they have like a good general idea that then you can like adjust. Ugh. Taxes make me mad. Not paying them. I don't mind paying them. I'm talking about the whole process of doing them. Because it's like so convoluted and unnecessarily difficult for the sole reason that like there are places that get paid money for it being convoluted and difficult because you need to get someone else to do it for you. And those places lobby and try to make it as hard as possible so that they keep having like their jobs. And unless it's comically egregious, they're not going to punish you for a mistake aside from, hey, here's the actual figure, you saw the difference. Yeah, if it's like comically egregious, It's still nerve-wracking though, right? It's still like super nerve-wracking. Like I like double and triple check it every time I do it. Fuck Intuit for lobbying for municipal tax code. Yeah, exactly. That's where I'm at too. A lot of it's a tax code being a bunch of crap duct tape together. Mm-hmm. Bum, 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 bum. Well, I will say that I'm glad you got it done at least. And I hope you, like, got yourself a nice little treat when it was over. You know, something tasty, whether it be, like, food, snack, beverage, whatever. That's what I like to do. I like to always, like, reward myself when I'm done with that. Because it always, like, takes me a little bit and gets me, like, really stressed and anxious. And then, like, mad, too. Went to with the relatives? Nice! What'd you have? Ah, that sounds delicious. I made stew today, is what I did. It was very good. Pretty much the recipe from the Final Fantasy XIV stew cookbook. Slightly changed. But, like, that's the gist of it. There's a lot of stews in there. I think it's like the... it's not the Sky Builders one. It's like the savory beef stew or whatever. Oh, and how was that? I think we've talked about that before. Let me Google to make sure. Yes, we absolutely did talk about these. These are so good. Oh my god. Oh, there's so many places near me that have these. Hold on. Hope I'm not doxing myself. Hope you can't see this. Oh, that's like really close, actually. Hold on. I see. Well, I'm gonna probably get that pretty soon. Try those, they look good. Hey, time! Don't know if it was you on the other end of that convo? You haven't had them in God knows how long? Oh, okay. I don't think... My vague recollection wasn't that you had just had them. It was that we were all talking about like Mexican food, and chat was like popping off about things that they liked from Mexican food. But I could be mistaken. I mean, we both know that my memory is really like awkward. It will be like terrible for some things, and then like flawed for other things, and then like really good for third things. And I can never tell which is which. Somewhat problematic. Like, a lot of times I can sit there and be like, I know I talked to someone about this a long time ago. But I can't remember, like, the exact specifics. Used to be your measuring stick for restaurants you hadn't tried yet? Oh, really? You banged out the event stages on Arc Nights, and now you're in the denouncement for Case 2-1. Nice! Let's go! Yeah, you're way ahead of me, then. I kind of reached the limit that I can do on like the Arc Knights event stages. They're so much harder this time. Like they jumped up really quickly. Like I'm at like E rank 2 suppling level already, and I'm only on like 6, I think. I'll have to give it a shot. I spent all my day doing annihilation stuff, and then I got Chien up to like E1 level 50 so that she's usable. And I've got Texas up to E2 level like 35. I spent so much resources on Texas because I was just like, nope, I like you, you're good. If they're good, you trusted the place. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I gotta figure out where I'm gonna go this week because I've been, I've been posting in the Discord about it, but I've been doing kind of like trying something new every week. 2 weeks ago we finally did pho. Last week I finally did like actual ramen. Gotta figure out what I want to do this week. I'll probably go like Thursday, maybe Friday, maybe Wednesday. I don't know. Mixed potato ones, so you can enjoy them again. Let's go! Yeah, that's excellent. It's been a while since I had some good Mexican food. Maybe I should do that sometime this week. The last few times I've gone to a Mexican place, I've gotten like fajitas, which I love fajitas, so like, I'm not gonna complain. But you know, maybe it's like enchilada time. Been a little bit. Alright, let's solve this. Chat, I'm glad that y'all are here. I hope that your evenings are better than your days, even if your day was fine. Ordar! What on earth is the meaning of all this? Oh, Raleigh, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. I have a possible explanation. Van Zeeks does not look happy. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. Yo, thank you for giving me the respect I deserve. I've been working hard. It would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. I think you'd better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's action. What gives away the motive? The bouquet. You've completely forgot about this bit at the end. 2-1's your favorite? Let's go! I'm so close! Because I think we should knock the rest of 4 out pretty quickly, and then we'll get into the thick of 5 today. Which is very exciting. We do have Raid tomorrow, so if I stream tomorrow, it will either start early or be a shorter stream. Like, maybe a short Persona dancing stream will be on the table. Which, all the information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary. You see, like, the starry, flashy eyes here? That's my reaction to getting a bouquet of roses. Van Zeeks doesn't understand this. He was so mean, putting down the hard work and the thoughtful gift. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford that simple gift for his wife, and was looking so forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. Yeah, a bouquet of rose singular? That's fine. I don't need a whole bunch. Just one's fine. And if you can't call it a bouquet, then fair. I understand. But it's still the thought that counts, and she looked so happy. And it made me happy. Because it made me think of how happy I would be. When we saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them. What must have gone through the man's mind? Oh, sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot by being married to a body like me. I want to show my dear wife how much I care. A bouquet of rose. Singular. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says... When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why does this have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime. So I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mearsham Street, and then... Aw, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable, I mean, I feel a little bad, but then I remember that you, like, you know, stood up here and, like, lied about the facts of the case and tried to get an innocent person thrown in jail. And then my sympathy runs out. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night. Oh, but then the sympathy comes back. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Raleigh would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. I see your meaning now. But God got me back from my sins, didn't he? That's why. That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. That was my fault. I should have never dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Raleigh. And can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Oh, 4? Definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsumi. And the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garadeb household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around. Oh, well, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it. Interesting. The 4th book's information has been updated. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it. I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord? Yes, Lord Van Zeeks? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Mr. Prosecutor, what will become of my Raleigh? What will happen to him? For now, you're free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. Alright then. One last thing, Constable. Sir? Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Never again? You mean to say... Leave now. This trial is not yet over. Bye, friends. I liked them. They were good witnesses. They seemed nice. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of the crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsumi, is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime. What? You are grasping at straws, buddy. Like, this is already over. We know what happened. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there's someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Van Zeeks, is this true? Very well. Name the person, if you will, and if further investigation is warranted, The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. I love his point. It's so, like, elegant and ridiculous. Except for the lying and tampering the crime scene. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't great. I'm not gonna lie. It wasn't great of them.
Take that!
Yo, you ever get on a jury and end up being accused of the crime instead? Bet that one doesn't happen very often. The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness. My assistant made the same request earlier, in order to finally reveal the truth about this case. It's imperatively cross-examinate juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb. Yeah, I wonder if that's even, like, possible to happen.
Objection!
And what I mean by that is, like, I mean that on two fronts. I mean, like, on the front of, like, I don't know if in court you're trying to prove that someone else did it. It doesn't matter who else did it. It just matters that it wasn't your client, right? So, like, I don't know how it would ever actually come up where it's like, no, this person knows. Because they did it. And secondly, I don't know if you're even, like, I don't even know if you would even be allowed to, like, talk to a juror that way, because, like, then it wouldn't it, like, what's the way what's the way to say what I'm trying to say here? Like, wouldn't it, like mess with their ability to think logically about, like, the outcome if one of the people started, like, trying to get them in trouble? They screen jurors for each trial. Any connection to the crime will probably be found unless it was like a random crime. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so this has probably never happened. This is really cool. I really like this trial. This is, I think it's the best one of this game so far. Well, actually, 3 is also very good. All of the trials in this game are really good. Even like the boat thing was really good. I don't need to rank them. I can just say I like it. But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Oh, that's a good emote for this. I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? Yes! In fact, I am now going, because I remember vividly everything I've ever picked up and thrown at someone I was with. I'm going to list the entire list. Ready? Begin. List over. It's very easy to remember everything you pick up and throw at someone if you don't pick up and throw things at them. Like, what is wrong with you? I guess I should clarify, like, in fits of rage or anything, I have definitely, like, you know, tossed people something. Where they're like, hey, can you toss me that? And I'm like, yeah, here you go. But, like, we're not counting that. We're counting in fits of rage. With the intent to, like, harm them. The man over there in that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify. Conveniently, yes. No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4. Yo, Van Zieks has had enough of this bullshit, and it's gonna be like, no, we're gonna find out what the fuck happened. Get your ass down here. I'm asking you questions. Oh. Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. I also don't think you're allowed to just, like, refuse to like, be a witness, right? Like, I think there's even, like, a word for it where they, like, force you to do so. They, like, subpoena you for it, right? I don't know if that's just to, like... Well, that might be... Yeah, you can get up there and say you plead the fifth, but, like, you have to actually get up there, right? Is that how that works? If they, like, demand it? Yeah, okay. You don't have to actually, like, incriminate yourself, but, like, you have to get up there if they want you to. Although, I'm not entirely sure how that works, because I also know that, like, if you're a defendant, you don't have to get up there. Like, they can't make you. It has to be, like, your choice, right? In this chat, while we play this game, everyone is learning that I am, in fact, not a lawyer. He's had enough of this nonsense, wants to go home to have more wine out of his hallowed chalice. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garadeb? Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman? I definitely have more sympathy for, like, the beat walker than this lady. 'Cause, like, it's not like he was trying to cover it up or abandon her. He went and found, like, another cop to do it. He thought it was open shut. Like, you still don't do it, but, like, I didn't see any malice in there. This woman was throwing objects at someone with the intent to hurt them, and then someone got hurt, like, due to your own nonsense and negligence. Just, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're gonna have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now. Chop chop. Do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. I love Van Zieks. You know, last stream at the beginning, we talked about how, like, it seemed like Van Zieks' logic was not quite up to snuff with, like, Edgeworth and Von Karma. And maybe even Godot, although I didn't finish Godot's. Where, like, he kept harping on some things that we had already kind of been like, no, we're past that, buddy. But, like, I really like Van Zieks anyways, and he seems to be someone that wants the truth to come out. He's not just trying to win. At least that's what it seems like. Because in the last case, you know what? In the last case, he was entirely correct. McGilda did it, and then evidence was tampered with. And he was correct to just be, like, harping that point home. And, like, it was a shame that we weaseled out of that one. And now, when he has, like, an avenue where he can be like, yeah, sorry, you can't, you know, cross-examine a juror. You know, now it looks like I'm going to win. Instead, he's like, no, we're going to find out what happened. Get your ass down here. And, I'm a big fan of both Ryunosuke and Van Zieks. I really, really like both of them. They both seem to fall more in line with, like, my ideal view of how these jobs should work. We find the truth together. Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed, truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Oh, dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony. Mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. I also like this judge. Alright, I need to stop saying I like everything about this game, because, like, this game's just really good. It's impressive to me that, like, we started playing a Persona game and a Great Ace Attorney game, and I'm more hooked on the Ace Attorney game than the Persona game. Like, that's normally, like, the exact opposite that I am. I'm not saying anything bad about, like, the Persona game. I really like the Persona game too. I'm just saying, like, I'm hooked on this. Oh no! Don't 10 out of 10 me! No! I always feel so bad when I see the 10 out of 10. Because I'm like, do I really think these things, or do I just have the memory of a goldfish? Do I really think these things, or do I just think the last thing I've seen is the neatest and coolest thing I've ever seen? But I do. I really like everyone in this game. This game's so good. And the music's great. This is such a strange feeling. Okay, I'm listening. I'm hearing you out. I'm gonna let you cook. At the end of the day, it's good to like things. You know what? You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. In all seriousness, I know we all, like, mess around, especially with, like, the 10 out of 10 things and, like, recency bias stuff. But, like, I would much rather be the way I am, where, like, I genuinely enjoy things, like, and get hyped about them and, like, super into them. I was not always that way. There was unfortunately a time in my life when I was, like, very pessimistic and, like, hated everything. And I'm glad that I'm no longer that way. Where, you know, any time something new was out, I was like, well, yeah, but it's not as good as this other thing. Oh, thank you, Penguin. Yeah, I try to. I try to, like, find, you know, even if I don't like something in general, I try to find something about it that, like, I'm into. Aw. Chat, you're making me feel all good today. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Yeah, I'm gonna repeat that one again, Bampy. At the end of the day, it's good to like things. And then, yeah, and all joking aside, like, I really do love the 10 out of 10, like, banter back and forth. Because, like, I think it's really funny. And I like when chat gives me a hard time. See, I like when chat gives me, like, a friendly hard time. I've been to some chats, and I'm not gonna get, like, too much into this. I've been to some chats where, like, they give the streamer a hard time, but it feels like an actual hard time. Like, they're relishing in, like, you know, trying to make the streamer feel bad, and I'm like, wow, I'm glad my chat's not that way. We all have a good time here. Say your name and occupation. Oh, yes. My name is Joan Garadeb. And I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. According to society, your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh, dearie me. Okay, now I feel a little bad. Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Oh, the Garadebs! I didn't know you were here, John. This music's, like, so epic. Wasn't only you in that room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you? What about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John. I presume you're Mr. John Garadeb? Yes, sir. Former 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. I think that's Fusilier, right? Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Oh, well, yes. Quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. I'm glad we stopped when we did last night, because, like, I could tell that we had pretty much all the pieces, and we just needed to, like, you know, bring it home. But, you know, it's been, like, 40 minutes of stream. So we timed that well. Good job, chat. Because chat's the one that told me, you know, now's a good time to stop. Alright, witness testimony. The Battle of Garadeb. Yes, on the day you were referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. I can. It's because she found a love letter in your secondhand book addressed to someone else. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. Okay. Quite the battlefield. Take defensive measures. If the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. You know, referring to her as the enemy and all that, and I know he's helping out now and stuff, so it's not like exactly the same, but I am reminded of something from the last stream also, or maybe it was 2 streams ago. I think it might be my actual least favorite, like, TV, movie, media trope. If it's not my actual least favorite, it's like in my top 3. I despise the haha, look at me, I hate my spouse humor. Absolutely detest it, despise it, hate it. I don't find it funny at all. Really irks me. So many... I remember watching so many sitcoms where, like, you know, the joke was, haha, I hate you, and then, like, the laugh track plays. I'm like, but what are you doing then? Ugh. And, you know, watching these two, like, throw shit at each other and refer to each other as the enemy, and their living room is the battlefield. I don't like it. That popcorn was spicy. You opened the cabinet to get the salt. So your mortar and pestle and bottle of peppers and... Ooh, I don't think I've done spicy popcorn. I love spicy stuff though. I put some like hot sauce in my stew today because I wanted like a little kick. And chef's kiss was so good because like the stew's already a little spicy, but it put it like right at that perfect amount. Spicy popcorn sounds fantastic. You think this is more haha, this guy's military experience than haha, hate my wife? Oh, okay, I could see that. Okay, yeah. I might have like misinterpreted that one then. Because I know it was on my mind a little bit from the other stream. I don't remember what caused us to think about it. Maybe something in their apartment or whatever, but yeah, I think you're right. I think this is like more a military joke than a hate my spouse joke. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? I must say, I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Van Zieks may be right. They clearly have issues, but they care for each other with how they support each other here and during the investigation earlier. Yeah, him showing up to, like, support and, like, give testimony to is, like, is nice and supportive, you're right. Yeah. Alright, I'm on board. I know it's, like, a very common thing, but, you know, a common, like, thing that gets brought up whenever, like, that topic comes up. Adam's family is, like, the peak. Spousal love. Those two are crazy about each other. I love Adam's family. I haven't watched any of, like, their newer stuff. I know they came out with, like, a couple animated movies. And I know there's, like, a Netflix show with Wednesday, but I haven't watched that either. But I used to love Adam's family stuff. I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Beginning cross-examination. Yeah, let's see what's up. Oh, you're right. They're even calling it, like, the Battle of Garadeb, and it's a skirmish, and it's... Yeah, okay. That's what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yeah, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garadeb. A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garadeb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret, and she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it. What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say... Half the living room was a military... Oh, that's right! They had, like, all sorts of memorabilia in their apartment. They even had, like, They even had, like, a freaking cannon, didn't they? And, like, the shells for a cannon, and the sword, and, like, the uniform. Yeah. When a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway. A likely story. These waters run very deep. What transpired next, after these multiple blows to the face? Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though. Got the window open. And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really just so happened there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. Most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. I have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any. The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles. He receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books. I was able to douse the fire with water. Hey, whatever I could find to throw at him. Even though the room was on fire? As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. That is most certainly not true of a Sasato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How did you know I was thinking that? So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, a napkin.
Excuse me.
You have something to add? Did your wife's remarks just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She had a direct hit with every... Ah! This is a court of law. Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear. What you even doing with the teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously. Well, take a look at this, then. How do you suppose that happened, Your pipe, sir? Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd see a sponge do that sort of damage. Your pipe was broken. It never would have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Yeah, it looked like she poured some tea into his pipe, and that's like really funny. I've managed to bandage the thing up for now. You're one to exaggerate, aren't you? What we should make of this account? It could be important. Just being treated like one? Gotcha. The defense believes Mr. Garrett has remarked just now to be of great significance. This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed. Common sense, one might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Oh, is Yukon just going to destroy them? I feel like my lack of knowledge in basketball, college basketball, might be on display here. And so my memory might be shaky. But I feel like Yukon just destroying a tournament out of nowhere kind of happens every, like, once in a while. Because I remember there was times where, like, Yukon, you know, was like a dominant team, and then they, like, weren't. And then they, like, won. And then, like, people kind of forgot about him again, and now they're going to win again. Because I think they were, like, what were they, like a 4 seed? Like, they weren't even, like, a 1, 2, or 3. Yes, let me see the pipe. I don't see why not. Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Okay, let me see what's up with this. Hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruto. Susato, you can speak whenever you want to. You are a valued member of the team, and your ideas are very good, and you're much smarter than I am. Let's examine this. Oh, what's this? Tiny fragment of metal. Oh, that's right. The knife's tip was broken. It couldn't be. It is. It is. It's over for you. It's over. A new X Dark Legendary Pokemon? I'm just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh, it's fine. Thanks to Sasato, we have some new evidence to work with. Well, thank you for that. We return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
Hold it!
Hey, Blue Braid! How's it going? It's a passion people share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too. There's leather work. Sorry to say we're always losing knives about the place. And we have dozens of the things. They sell them at the market sometimes. 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up. Shopkeepers use 2 knives at mealtime too, instead of a knife and a fork. Why are they being so invasive? They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim.
Objection!
Could I ask you to take a look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't? You used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course. But that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does. Deary me. You watched the women's final, and you should watch more women's basketball next year, and the rest of the story. I didn't see too much about the women's tournament this year, outside of the fact that one of the players for Iowa is apparently, like, really, really good, and set, like, the record for most points in the tournament or something. But I did hear that, like, the women's tournament was really good. I just didn't see any of it myself. Yeah, that was her name, Caitlin Clark. Yeah, apparently, what was it? It was like, I want to say it was some stat that she, like, scored or assisted on, like, 100% of the team's points in the fourth quarter. In one of the games, like in the semifinal game or something. 41, 8, and 6? Good grief. Good grief. That's incredible. Yeah, sometimes, even if you don't watch that much of a sport, it's just cool to see someone be, like, so damn good at suppling. Where even if you're not, like, used to what the norm is, you can tell that that's not what the norm is. Like, this is well above it. Filing against LSU came ready to shut her down. She got in foul trouble. Yep. Hey, Quinn. How was the rest of your Xenoblade stream? Was gonna host and realized I was yeah. So annoyed by that. I can't believe they got rid of hosting. See, first, I remember back when they had auto hosting, where you could, like, make a list of streams that if you were offline, your channel would just host those streams. And then, like, you'd be sitting there doing your stream, and then, like, something would pop up and be like, so-and-so is now auto hosting you, and you're like, oh, that's really cool. I'll make sure to add them too. And it was really great for networking and stuff. Because I'm not, like, super great at networking, right? We've talked about this before, but, like, that was always really good for it. And although I am doing much better at it now than I used to. Then they got rid of, like, the auto hosting, and now they've gotten rid of, like, regular hosting, which is just really, really silly. They claimed it was, like, because people were too confused on whether it was a raid or a host, but, like, come on. It's just such a nice little thing to have where you can, like, have, you know, your stream be showing something else. And it was really good for, like, watch-along stuff. Like, we used to use it all the time for Magic tournaments. Like, the big Magic tournaments. We would, like... Because, like, the main Magic chat in the main channel is, like, not the best. And it's, like, impossible to keep up with stuff. So you would just have someone in, like, your little circle host it, and everyone just hang out in that chat where it was, like, more manageable, and you could, like, you know, keep up with stuff and watch it with your friends. No one was confused. That's a lie. Oh, I 100% agree with you. Yeah, I don't think anyone was really confused. I think that's just what they said. I just don't know why they got rid of it. It seemed like a positive feature that wasn't hurting anything. I hope your stream went well. I appreciate the hanging out. It was nice to see you streaming. Nice to watch some Xenoblade. What is that, a tiny scrap of metal? It's a positive feature, that's why. You know you're not wrong. Almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. What precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence, already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of the case, my lord. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
Take that!
36 to 24. Yeah, that seems like a little one-sided. If you look closely, you will see that there's a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim. No, that's not the case. Tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Oh! Good grief, Lord Van Zeeks? I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh. Ordar, Ordar, Ordar. Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. Gadzooks! Golly gee willikers! Had 0 field goals for 11 minutes? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I remember reading, like, in the couple days before, like, the Final Four, that, like, apparently UConn's defense is just, like, really good. A miracle? So Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did. It would have never been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Aww, she's shaken. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garadeb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garadeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off. Of course. Good lord. Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of Garadeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear. No! Oh look! Look at his pants. Oh, and she's on a little box, so she's tall enough. Oh. Uh-oh. The hallowed chalice is filled. A full-bodied theory. I'll give you that. You cannot get out of this one, Van Zeeks. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. But after all, it is just a theory. A game theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see... it's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. The boot on, like, the stand gets me every time. Like, literally every single time. An insurmountable what? Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. I swear if you say it hit her in the back, I'm going to give you a stern tisk-tisk. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. My learned friend. My learned friend. I'm so sorry. I thought you were better than this. Let me elaborate. Oh! That's right, you silly little man. Oh my gosh, we've talked about like the sun and moon a lot, right? Like they have a sun and moon ring and stuff, and we've talked about how his face looking like a moon. But I just realized that her face being big and round with her maid outfit makes it look like the sun. Yeah, that's so cool. I love the character design for these two. It's really cute. Yeah, her bonnet, yeah. It's okay because Ryunosuke is dumber than me, so I still have to look like a fool. Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above... There's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. I still like my theory that he just got an entire crate of these glasses next to his foot. That he, you know, bends down and picks another one back up and fills it every time he throws it. And it's all just like cheap glassware meant for dramatic effect. Because, you know, lawyers do things for dramatic effect sometimes, right? Maybe not like as silly as this, but that's why Van Zeeks is the best. Wadar! Quite right, you see. That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Well, he's lost for words, look. I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. Wait. Sasato is gonna save me. Sasato's gonna be like, hold it! Mr. Naruhodo. A spectacular blunder? Nay. There is even one inconsistency it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. Is this it? Are we cooked? Are we toast? We were so close. I could see the truth. Reach out to the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. I was so sure we were on the right track. Now the way's been blocked completely. One simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Miss Sasato. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. Okay, you know what? I understand. My brain sometimes does that. I get caught off guard and like my mind just shuts down for a few seconds. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. I believe it was Taylor Swift who said, I've never heard a silence quite so loud. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed. Look at the little box she's on. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. Thank you, thank you. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Surprising no one. I do like Taylor Swift quite a bit, actually. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of the back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness. Utter madness. I haven't listened to the new one yet. I've not listened to the new one yet, but I have recently like listened to which one was the album that had a Sparks Fly on it? I recently like listened to that whole one again, and it's still really good. I still love it. Speak Now, yeah. I recently listened to Speak Now, like the deluxe edition. That she like, I think she like re-released it with like slight changes because of like some issue with like the record company or something. I don't know. You mostly pretend to like her as a joke with E, but you also don't dislike anything you've heard. Mm-hmm. I should. Yeah, I'll have to do that. I'll like next time I go on one of my walks, I'll just throw it on Spotify. Speak Now has been re-released, but she's been teasing for a while now. Nice. Oh, okay, so that one's still the normal one. It's other ones that's been re-released. Yeah, but I really like that album. I think it's got Mine on it as well, which is a really good one. Utter madness. Yeah, I've been like getting back in the habit of like exercising a bunch for like the last month and a half, and I'm now up to like consistently walking like over 2 miles like almost every day, which means I get a lot of time to like listen to music again. Surely this must be the last time. I just got a notification from the chat saying welcome to the chat room, so it might have got disconnected or messed up. So before I finish this case, can someone just like mention that we're still live? That y'all can hear me? I don't want to go through it and like have Twitch have my like OBS had messed up or something. We good? Okay. Cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, chat. Yeah, sometimes that notification will pop up where it's like, welcome to the chat room, and it means that, like, my OBS acted up, and I did not want the end of the case to be lost to the ether. Still alive. This was a triumph. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. Mr. Naruhodo, finish it! This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is... Oh, what is it? Every day's great at your Jewness. Blue Braid, 23 months. 23 months. Making a note here. Huge success. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23! Boom! Enjoy your 23 Centibus. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for all the continued support. It means a lot. Enjoy the triple next to your name and all of your lovely emotes. Oh, I love Portal. Yeah, I had so much fun. Like, I really enjoyed Portal and Portal 2, like, normally. Don't get me wrong. But I had so much fun doing the Portal 2 co-op with Bambi. The Portal 2 co-op is incredible. Also, what is it? Is it Reloaded? Yeah, Reloaded is the one that gives you like the third Portal gun, right? Like the third Portal that we played. That was just like mind blowing. It was so hard, but like it was so cool to figure things out. Oh, I think you'll like that one. Kind of want a new puzzle game that isn't The Witness. Yeah, so I feel like The Witness is like very hit or miss for people. Like, some people really like it. I really liked it when I played it. But it's also like the type of puzzle game that I do think isn't for everyone. Yeah, it gets really hard towards the end. I definitely did not finish like every puzzle in the game. Every normal puzzle even. And then like there's a couple like bonus puzzles like at the very end that just like were not doable for me. I got to like recently share the love of Braid with, I think it was Quinn. Braid's like a really fun game made by the same person that did The Witness. It's on Steam if anyone hasn't played that puzzle game. The whole premise is like you can rewind time for like 3 to 4 seconds. But like you stand still and everything else in the level like goes backwards for 4 seconds. I think Braid's like a really super clever puzzle game. I really, really like it. Very different than The Witness. The Witness is more of like an immersive experience. Whereas Braid is just like, here's levels. You bought a bundle with Witness and Braid? Nice. Chat? What is the evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back, actually? I think it's that. Oh, it's this picture, right? No. What we're trying to do, I believe what we're trying to do is figure out, because the answer is the book fell first and she picked it up. She was bending down to pick up the book. I just got to figure out if it's the picture of her holding the book or the book itself. Because see, this says the book was in the victim's hand, and this is a picture of the book being in the victim's hand, and I'm not sure which one it wants me to do. I think it's one of these. Or it might be either. Okay, I'm just gonna go with the book. Yeah, if it's not one, then it's the other, and I've got, like, room to play around with. Some prompts accept multiple answers. Oh, okay. Okay. This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book? Oh, listen to this song. Ooh, I'm gonna take a sip of water. Hold on. Yo, yeah, we cat jamming. Oh, do I still have Rainbow? Hold on. I do not. The song is called You're at the End of the Trial. I don't know if you're serious or not, and I want you to be serious. I wonder what the command was for Rainbow. Oh, there's our rainbows. I love Rainbow, please. Oh, our third-party emote's broken? Okay. Is that not Mr. Gyarados' book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. Yeah, on the chat, like on the screen, it's broken. On my chat, I see the icon, like the emote. This photographic print clearly. Oh, okay. Yeah. So it was. You could have used the photographic print as well. And the victim holding it in her hand, but as we all know now, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true, however, remember what he said. As part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. Quinn, I'll listen to the new CD, like, album, like, either, probably tomorrow, maybe the next day, and then I'll let you know. I'll let you know how I think. Expect, like, many messages of me, like, geeking out over it. What made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding. Yeah, I crushed this case, by the way! Can we just, like, take a second and be like, wow, streamer, that was pretty good. I didn't get everything quite correct. I didn't realize that they had moved it until, like, it kind of told me that it moved it, or gave me the, like, evidence. And it didn't work out exactly how I thought because of that, but, like, I feel like we snapped that one off, so, like, the gist of it pretty quickly. I think that was our best ace attorney yet. The victim was already holding the book, so when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition, and clearly that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh dearie me. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garrideb household onto the pavement below. At precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Mrs. Garrideb, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? I really can't imagine it. But I suppose she might have reached down to pick it up. To go to law school to make it official? I would be like the worst frickin' lawyer in the world. Oh my gosh. They'd be like, it looks, with this evidence, it looks like your client did it. I'd be like, yeah, it does. Why'd you do it, dumbass? Not really. I'm trying to be funny. I don't know if I don't think I was successful either. Oh heavens. And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. From 3 stories, at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green. Oh, yeah! I said 3 stories just now, and then I started thinking, yes, it is 3, because there was Natsumi, and then, like, the other person, and then, like, they were on the 3rd floor. And then I just remembered, that other person was completely irrelevant to this case whatsoever. We talked to him for, like, 30 seconds. The one that was in, like, the jester outfit. And he didn't matter whatsoever. Was the defendant, Mr. Saseki Natsumi? Well, I never. It appeared to Mr. Natsumi that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. You leave weirdos on the ground floor and Saseki on the first? Oh, gotcha. Oh, I guess if it's like ground first, second, then they'd be on the 2nd floor, right? I always equate ground and first as like the same thing. But I don't think that's the case everywhere, is it? Got it, okay. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. How's it taste, Van Zeeks? You've been defeated again? Hey, Coronas, how's it going? You just discovered that the Horizon DLC launches 9 days for the new Jedi game? Well, get your bets in for Jedi Survivor being the game of the year then. Like, I get it's just DLC, so it's not quite the same thing. But like, okay, I don't want to be too harsh. Because like, your thing's ready when it's ready, and it's not about what in relation to everything else. It's just, you pick a date, and when it's ready, it's ready. But like, I believe with all of my heart that if that game released 6 weeks earlier both times, it's like massively bigger in like the pop culture video game sphere, right? But instead, it's like a week before Breath of the Wild and then Elden Ring, and now people are super hyped for Jedi Survivors. Like, someone needs to do better with that and just like look at the release dates. It's not hard. Be like, hey, let's not do this. I feel so bad for them. Because like they made 2 absolute masterpieces of video games. I loved both of them. Oh no, chat. I'm so dumb. They have DLC coming. Guess what Dum Dum turned the game in a while ago when I finished it? Traded in so I could get a different game. Guess who's not gonna get to play the DLC? Oh, okay. Well, that was dumb of me. Oh, is it PS5 only? Oh, okay, then I don't feel bad then. I don't feel bad whatsoever. The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Aww. Poor Mrs. Garadeb. Of course I never meant for anything of the sort to happen. But it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. Aww. Well, now I do feel bad. John dear. It's alright. I know. Aww! I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry! Oh, she fell off her box too. Oh no, he caught her! Oh, that was cute. Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Garadeb? Oh, speaking of like, games. Because we mentioned Elden Ring once, like, Horizon was mentioned to the release dates. Bampy, thank you for sending the link to Code Vein. I think I might end up getting it, but like, have you played that one yet? Like, did you play it? I think we talked about this before, but I don't remember if you played it or if you were just like heard about, like, I can't remember if you played it and it was like okay, or if you just like talked to the people who played it and it was okay. A handful of hours, okay. On PS4. Yeah, I think I wrapped around to the first bonfire, like from the very first area, but that's it. Yeah, it's the anime Dark Souls. It's on sale on Steam for like $9 right now, apparently. It's also free to download on PS4 if you have like the subscription for the PS Plus thing or whatever. She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. You recall having fun, but obviously it's not as good as its contemporary. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Just like for $9, it's not a bad game to just like get around to at some point, I imagine. I do remember having fun going through like the character creator. It's unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have easily been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There's some good news, however, my lord. I've just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but never once met her. How wonderful. The woman's out of danger, it seems. That is good news. So, Mrs. Saseki Natsumi. Hey, buddy! Yes? Download the demo on PC to see how it runs. Stuck in the character creator? Yeah, the character creator for that game is, like, loaded. Gosh, if you remind me, I'll log into it and see if I still have my save from it, because remember I had to, like, do that redo thing, like reset everything on the PlayStation the other day. So I might have lost my save file, in which case I lost my character. But I spent quite a bit of time making mine, and I loved her. Did somebody find this work? Well, you're gonna have to show me now. You know, whenever you're done, please, by all means. The biggest eyes emoji I have ever given. My biggest, yeah boy. Making more limited character creators. Some of them are very limited. Some of them are like very robust, and this one's like very robust. Like I'm guessing they said, okay, we're gonna make an anime Dark Souls, so we have to like go all out and letting people make like their cool anime character. Change the hair color. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. I watched an Elden Ring video by Yimfa today, or last night, I guess. And it's beating Elden Ring by only walking, because there's apparently a glitch in the game that lets you just zip across the map. And it's really, really funny. And I highly recommend anyone that's into those things check it out. It's only like 7 minutes, which is very short for a Yimfa video. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Mr. Natsumi, that evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again, in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. His Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she'd been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Saseki. His imagination really has got the better of him. Poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help! For a doctor! For the police! Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. I like this guy. I like Saseki. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken, and the spirit exorcised. Yeah, let's give Van Zeeks some credit here. He argued his case, but he was arguing, blah. He argued his case, but he was arguing in search of the truth, right? He didn't try to pull any fast ones, or like prevent us from getting to talk to people, or like hide bad evidence or anything. And when it became clear what happened, he said, okay, never mind then, we're good. This is what happened, let's go. Good prosecutor, Van Zeeks. I heartily commend you both. Oh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As a form of this jury, I can assure you, we've reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare, the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here? You built the same femshep in 3 consecutive Mass Effect playthroughs because you just have an ideal me as a woman face. Yeah, I ended up I ended up making a different character in all 3 Mass Effects, and they all look somewhat different. But that's because the first one had, like, the ridiculous chin that I fixed for the second one. And then the third one I went to femshep. I also have a very similar type of character I make in most games, but the one in Code Vein is, like, really, really robust. And it has, like, so many different options and flexibility, and you can create, like, any character you want. I had, like... I really hope... I'll check after the stream if I still have, like, the data. And if I do, I'll, like, take a picture and show chat, because I thought she was super cute. I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman!
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
We did it! Very well, Mrs. Saseki Natsumi. I hereby pronounce you not guilty. Give me my confetti and fireworks! Yay! We did it! Yeah, it is very good, because it was still like an hour and a half. And finally, Mr. Natsumi. Oh yes, Lord Sir. You're now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Bamfy, does Code Vein have, like, co-op? Like, online co-op? Do you know? Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. We did it! We saved Saseki Natsumi with our elite, incredible, wonderful investigative skills. Oh, Locum! Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there another Locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last. I'm free, I'm free. Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah! He's so happy, and I'm so happy for him. It sounds one of, like, the big features. So much so that there's NPC companions and generally recommended to not play with just your character. Well then! Yeah, I'll grab that for $9. Maybe we can, like, goof around with it sometime. Doesn't even have to be on stream. It could be if you want. Doesn't have to be, though. That would be fun. Would it be so hard to just say that then? Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink! Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that. Lovely, loyal, Locum, lawyer! You'd be down to futz around and see how we're feeling about it? Yeah, that sounds great. I'll go ahead and grab it after the stream then. Because you're going to do on PC, you said? Because I don't know if there's crossplay. I have the PS Plus thing right now for the rest of this month anyways. So just let me know which one you're doing it on. In case there's not crossplay. I mean, as I said before, I've just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsumi. But today, you, locum lawyer, gave my gloom to the boot. You stood firm behind the baronial bench before all those babbling British. Performance is way better on PC. You don't really care about $9. Yeah, me either. Sounds great. I'll grab it on Steam then. That'll be really fun. You know, we'll animate it up, animate Dark Souls it up. It'll be great. And if I end up, you know, if we end up not liking the game, it's $9 or whatever. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold, the best barrister ever born!" Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. Oh, you can go up on the demo too? Okay. Yeah, we can check that out too. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. Hey, buddy! I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Me and Sasato have the exact same reaction to seeing Sholm show up. Just like, yay! Yeah, the character creator is like really good. It sounds like there's a demo too, so I have no idea if the game's good or not. Like I've only played it for like 20 minutes or whatever. Do y'all remember my first reaction to Sholmes being like, "Oh my god, who is this buffoon?" And now he's like one of my big faves. Sasato and Sholmesy sit. I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh? The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain? Ah, it's you, Herlock Sholmes. Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsumi, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face. In the light. Charming. This is all your fault. Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm gonna give you a piece of my mind! My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Ah. Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. Well, yeah, alright then. I guess that'll shut us up. Pokemon Stadium is coming to Nintendo Switch Online? I played so much Pokemon Stadium. I used to rent it from Blockbuster and play it like all the time. Same thing with Snap. My parents always like gave me a little bit of crap. They're like, "You're getting that game again?" I'm like, "Yes." But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Yeah, the announcer in Pokemon Stadium is really good. Poor Saseki. For every fish that's getting hit in the meta right now. Still on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. Yeah, the announcer for Stadium was like really, really cool. Wait, is Fissure actually being used? Like, are you talking about like current meta? Or are we talking back in the old Stadium? Oh my gosh, really? Oh no. The competitive Pokemon meta just seems like absolutely insane right now. We've got clips of people like burning their own Pokemon because like otherwise they can get put to sleep. And yeah, I didn't watch This Week in Tournament either. I should have. Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper, Lord Van Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed. It will be alright, Mr. Natsumi. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya! With a perfect executed Sasato takedown. Thanks, Sasato. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time. Miss Sasato. Tinglu can basically never die, so it just sits there fighting off fissures. Really? Why can it like never die? Just like has busted stats or something? What do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. It's already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it's my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world, to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more the strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Saseki-san. Could be an interesting read. 155, 120 defense, 80 special defense. Lowest special attack of all of the Pokemon with its ability and holds Assault Vest. Oh my god, yeah. Just an absolute beef tank, huh? What about Mr. Sato yourself? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London, and only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? What it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. An evil spirit? Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. We'll think about it, if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of. Oh, this is simply wonderful! What an honor, to be invited to taking lodgings in the Great Detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words. So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Oh, she's like got tears in her eyes. That's cute. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. It has a ton of weaknesses, but the special attack decrease is significant. And then it tears into poison. You must come too, Mr. Natsumi. I don't know what to say, but thank you. And yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsumi. It shan't take long. Oh! Terra poison so it can't get poisoned. I knew you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsumi. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day. I'm sure, and hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have little doubt Mr. Natsumi will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Oh! This is much nicer than I anticipated when they said it was like in the attic. This is lovely! Yeah, that's a very spacious attic, and it's even got a window. Like, multiple windows. Our office? I rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. My dear fellows, do you like the place? I love it, Mr. Sholmes. Oh my god. Look at you. Fancy. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. Oh, I'm starving. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsumi arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then. Susie, you can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. This theme is good. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those are precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Yeah, the theme is so good. Sato's and Cosmo's theme kills you every time. Yeah, they're great. Why is he so much less stupid now? He looks dapper as hell. He took off a stupid hat and now he's hot. Hate it here? Yeah. I believe my exact words were, oh my god, look at him. London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo. You were like, who is that? And then you realize, yeah. Yeah, it's like, oh. Okay, buddy, we're gonna have to work on your outfit game, because you don't need, like, the big hat and ridiculous overcoat. You're good. Or, you know, if you like the big hat and overcoat, rock it. Go for it. Who am I to judge? I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke, but it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. That was a very good case. I really liked the case. I liked the, and I liked the investigation part too. I would love to save my current progress. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna continue, but I'm gonna wait until it gives me a chance to stop with music playing, so I can leave y'all on some music while I stand up, stretch my legs, and grab a drink. So we'll probably watch like the opening cutscene for this one. Hound of the Baskervilles. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Yes, okay, so this is the last chapter of this game. Remember, there's 2 games. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed. Never mind.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical Hound of the Baskervilles."
Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country, and in Saseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court, which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in a little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. Knock, knock, knock. Oh, our office looks great. That morning, I was woken up by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Sasato's behavior became very obviously strange. Sasato? Yes? Is it time to leave for court already? Okay, so I'm going to put the break screen on, and I will pause. I will stand up, stretch my legs, grab me another drink, and then we'll be back and start chapter 5. I hope y'all are having a great time. I know I am. I'll see you in a bit. Alright, I am back. Thank you for being patient. I had some more water. Time to leave for court already. Let me see. What case is it today? I think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? No, of course not. How silly of me. But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yes! Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? Oh, I love that penguin. The Bochino. And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form. Let me see. What case is it today? Oh, you okay, Sasato? What's going on, friend? Weather's warmer now. I love the smell of the fire and the steam rising from the kettle. You like some tea, Naruhodo? Alright for now. This place is paradise for a tea lover. Green tea is such a wonderful accompaniment to British tea cakes, don't you think? I could go for some tea. We've only been here in London for about 2 months, but my desk is starting to look a little messy. Tidy it up! Making a mess is a small sacrifice to pay for being able to further your studies. Time spent tidying up is time you can't devote to the same cause. That's not how that works at all. And time spent on ridiculous arguments is time that could be better spent on some simple housework. Tell him. She's got you there. Oh, shovel? Been here for a while. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. Look at her face. I don't want to dig a hole for myself, so let's leave it. This is the tea set Sasato-san brought with her from Japan. Let's hope she hasn't noticed me slipping sugar and milk into my cup when she makes it. It's just so bitter. Tea is a drink to be enjoyed, Naruhodo. You really don't have to force yourself to drink it, you know. I don't like to see you screw up your face so. Ooh. This must be the telegram. Let's see. Ah, no, you mustn't look at that. Not under any circumstances. Alright, I won't. I'm sorry, Naruhodo, but you can be very mischievous at times. And pull the telegram away if you don't want people looking at it. Oh, they have a fish tank! The old aquarium left behind here. The prawns we put in there are doing rather well. And the anemones, too. It's a wonderful invention, isn't it? The sea, behind glass, inside your room. Another example of Great Britain's greatness. Having to clean it out and change the water isn't so great, though, is it? You know, I've never seen inside your room there, Sasato. Never even peeked inside. I should think so, too. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know. Whatever you say. I think that's everything. I like our little office setup, though. It's nice. Yeah, sea anemones are so cute. What was it about? The telegram that was delivered. Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking about. I love aquariums. The way they try to eat your fingers when you touch them. Sorry, but you're not gonna get away with that. I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It's just boring old telegram. That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. Alright, I understand. Yeah, what's up with Saseki? I suppose Saseki will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. 3 nights in Georgia, north of Atlanta. You might be just excited for the Georgia Aquarium at the concerts. Oh yeah, I believe the Georgia Aquarium is like incredible, right? I might have even been to it when I was little. In fact, I think I did. And I think it was wonderful. I think they had one of those like tunnels made of glass that you walk through. So like the you know, everything's like all around you and above you, and it's like super, super cool. That was either in Atlanta or Tennessee. I don't remember. Based in the country? Gosh, I love the aquarium. The aquarium is like literally my favorite place to like visit. I find it so like peaceful and relaxing. I love the rooms with all like the jellyfish where it's all under like the black lights and it's all like bright and vibrant. I know I've said this like a million times, but I love the aquarium. I need to like go to the one here. It's a little bit away. Like it's a little bit of ways from me, but like it's doable to do it like a day trip. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away. Yeah, you'll have to take plenty of pictures and like post them in the Discord for me, Penguin, because that sounds so fun. A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him. Do you remember? But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Is something wrong, Naruhodo? I was just wondering, what might have become of Saseki had he stayed in London? That's all. You mean as regards Lord Van Zeeks, the Reaper? Yes, I can't help wonder if seasickness would have paled it into insignificance in that case. The Reaper. What is it they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper? Luckily, that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. But at least Saseki is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means that the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps. Even if that's the case, it's a little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the sword of justice himself. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. No, I don't think so. Apparently Lord Van Zeeks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Since the Saseki's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So it's just been me who's had to face him in the recent spate of trials, then. Just my luck. I wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Sorry? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Hey, Tess. How's it going? We are in Chapter 5 now. We just finished the Chapter 4 case. It was very good. I very much enjoyed it. Morning, Runo. Morning, Susie. Good morning, Iris. Iris? What is it, Runo? What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled. Ah, yes. You noticed that, did you? Hurley isn't in the best form this morning, it seems. Aw! He's sad. Hello. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Good morning. You resumed your playthrough of this yesterday? Nice! Where are you at? Game's good. A good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before? Show the final chapter part 2? Nice! My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Damn this blanched existence. That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me. If it's not too much trouble. Meow. Wait, cat? Cat! Hello? Oh, wagga hi. Good morning, boy. Meow. That must be some tiny door for cats to use. Cat, 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 cat. But how did I get here? Well then, everyone, time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris. Ugh, it would indeed be a fine day to die. I knew something looked different. He looks so sad. Something's missing from the desk. Look at Mr. Sherman's desk. It's completely clear. Is that enormous machine usually on it? We can never hope to understand what goes on in the great detective's mind, Mr. Naruhodo. Why, next time we're invited, we may find he's vacated the entire suite. That's scarily plausible, actually. There's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. Oh, it's such a charmingly untidy collection of paraphernalia, isn't it? It looks messy to me like my desk. But you, Mr. Naruhodo, must learn to tidy up after yourself. No favoritism there, then. The fire's burning comfortably in the grate again today. It's a very different feeling to a Japanese hibachi somehow. Oh, look at that photographic print of a lady displayed on the mantelpiece. Could it be? Yes, it must be. It's the woman. Oh, how exciting. Is this supposed to mean something? I got an achievement for that. I'm not entirely sure what or why. I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous. How do you come to that conclusion? Oh, it's a reference to Sherlock Holmes novels? Okay. They're all mementos of Mr. Sholmes' past cases, I think. If he'd been involved in my case, I wonder if the beefsteak from the Carnival would be on here. A mystery shoe, a curious hammer, some mysterious dancing men, a bust of Napoleon. Certain bits of dialogue. Oh, gotcha! Or, like, examining things. Looks like an untidy assortment of junk to me, rather than what's on my own shelves. Well, you really ought to learn to keep your things in order, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, okay, that's that same line of text, then. How are you doing? We'll ask you about the cat in a moment. Because we're going to try to find the cat. Where is the cat? 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 No cat. Mr. Natsumi. That's what I'll be doing too once I'm back in Japan, he said through tightly clenched fists and teeth. Cats only seem they want to be seen? Yes, that is very true. You conked up by 14 with 120 go. Oh, okay, so it was a blowout. I don't think they had a close game from like the 8 on, did they then? Because didn't they like crush their 8 matchup too? Not who I would have expected to win the tournament at the start of the tournament. But I mean, good for them. Kind of feels a little weird that like in one of the most chaotic tournaments ever, you know, one of like the perennial blue bloods, maybe not perennial, but like one of the big blue blood programs is going to win it all. That's a charming little white shelf full of charming little bottles. But the contents of them aren't quite so charming, it seems. Science is the future, Mr. Naruhodo. You can't deny it. I'm saving my money so that I can buy some chemistry apparatus as well. San Diego State got within 8, but it didn't last long. Yeah. It just seems like UConn was the better team in a lot of their matchups down the stretch. Seems like they were really good based on like the way the games played out. I'm not good at predicting any of these things. I don't watch enough college basketball, but it seems based on the scores they were just like significantly better. I wonder why they were only a 4 seed. Like maybe they just had like a mediocre regular season. As useful as they are, like I wonder if there were like injuries or something that caused it, or if they just like came together at the right time. I'm not sure that my throwing skills are worthy of inclusion in that list. This is where Iris notes down ideas. What does it say today? The Boscombe Valley Mystery. Must be the title of Iris's latest work. I wonder what fantastic tale awaits us. Sasato-san looks like an angel, but I bet she's dreaming of the most unsavory crime you can imagine. Iris's beautiful tea set is there on the table as usual. A cup of one of her special herbal blends always helps me to relax from feeling the strain. The English pastime of tea has many similarities with our own tea ceremony customs, don't you think? It's the idea of hospitality behind it. That's the essence of tea. Okay, so that's everything. Which means... let's talk about the cat. Cat. Mr. Natsumi's cat seems to have settled into his new home. Oh, it's the same cat from when we saw him climbing around the books. Oh yes, and I've become very attached to little Waggy. It would appear his previous owner is completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. The muse is empty as the hearts of the muses. Then of January, the ranking never recovered. Yeah, that makes sense. But it turns out they were still incredibly good. Were they, like, expected to be good before they, like, struggled during the season? Or was it kind of, like, surprising? If Mr. Natsumi had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place. I expect he would have taken him if he could. No pets on the boat. But pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. Oh, they weren't even ranked preseason? Wow. And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. I don't mind because Waggy is adorable. Look at the cat! Meow! They gave up, stopped playing defense. They even called a foul with like 30 seconds. Oh my gosh. The officials gotta get like their names out there, I guess. Also, do you need to really lay it in? Why don't you just like dribble the ball? I just worried about the door. I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? Oh, you noticed? You're observant, Runo. Oh, shot clock was running out. That makes sense, yeah. I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flap-o-mat. Enator! Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? That's right. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all. The cat flappinator! No matter what it's made of, it's very powerful, you see. Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap? Well, yes, maybe. But now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful! You must make one for us in the door of our office upstairs. She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl. Cat flappinator! Hey, let's talk about wanting to die, buddy. You seem to be very unhappy this morning. What's happened? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like the dawn chorus. Tones would make the flowers bloom. It would. But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? For hours I have bowed. For days even. Through the night I have endeavored. That sound, my tone is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone. Gone forever. No more recitals of unbridled emotion. Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you? Don't worry, I'm sure it will come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man. The next, they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh dear. Oh, why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have for the violin for me, what is left, for pity's sake? What is left? Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? Let's talk about your missing machine. Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but... your desk looks rather empty today. Well done, Mr. Sato. Your observational skills do you credit. Oh no, Mr. Sholmes, they pale into insignificance when compared to yours. You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you? I mean, Hurley's great, analytoscope? It's at Windy Bank? No, Windy Banks, the pawnbrokery. Oh, you pawned it? Are you in trouble for money, buddy? Let's get you a case. Has some considerable value, you see, quite undeservingly. But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you. Dear madam, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate? Making use of a pawnbrokery is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? It doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works. What's to understand exactly? What do you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks. Banks? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week. And then on Saturdays, they go recover their things using the money they've earned. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London. And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need arise. How ingenious. So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windy Banks, you see. A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. I thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain. Oh, did it? Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley? What does it matter? The world is dead to me now. Buddy! Meow! Oh, what was that? Waggy? Clatter, clatter! Screech! What was that? Oh no! Waggy's tangled up in your violin! I think he thinks it's a toy. No, what's he doing to it? Oh dear, Mr. Sholmes' precious violin. Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised. Oh buddy, are you okay? The cat is a more accomplished musician than I now. It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari. I see. It doesn't really look anything special to me, but I don't know much about violins. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. How honorable of you. I ask you, is there reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this existence? No. There is none. Oh, buddy, I'm so sorry. I wish I could help you. You want to go get some food? Mr. Sholmes? What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. What do you mean, Mr. Sato? It's about the violin. It looks very different to normal. Oh, Susie's right. Yes. The tone of the wood is completely different. That's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before. It's not even the right size, is it? What's this? Oh, she's looking in her book. I'm terribly sorry to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all. Then what? I believe it's entirely different instrument called the viola. What? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you all right? You're right. You are quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what, pray, is this piece of stringed flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then. I see what must have happened. You do, Iris? It's just a simple mix-up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's ask Iris what's going on here. The mix-up. What do you mean by a mix-up, Iris? Well, you see, this viola, was at Windibank's until last week. At the pawnbrokers? Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner? There's a proverb from the East, with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel. Yes, indeed. So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in hope that it would experience personal growth. What a wonderful idea. Last week I pawned my great, in order to release my precious instrument, but it would appear Mr. Windibank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Psh, a fine state of affairs this is, and why I always say, Mr. Naruhodo, never trust a pawnbroker, they will try to fiddle you every time. But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbroker as an extremely secure vault. Come, Miss Naruhodo, dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Sorry? Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect. Pressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced? Oh, he's back! We must visit Mr. Windibank's brokery at once. Precisely, Mr. Sato, without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. Oh, yeah, I'm finished your bacon and eggs, of course. My dear fellow, surely you not still intend. I'm not leaving bacon. I do. I intend to do both of those things. Yeah, let's go to the pawn shop, I guess. Oh. Guess we go to Baker Street first. Yeah, Iris worked hard on that and it's going to get eaten. Also, it's bacon. Oh, there's the pawnbrokers. Look at all the different things in the window. That's Windibank's, the pawnbrokery. It looks much smarter than pawnbrokers in Japan, doesn't it? Yeah, you're right. I find pawn shops at home rather inapproachable, personally. Reminds me of tearfully parting with my favorite fountain pen. I felt so miserable. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, it's already been 2 months since we started taking lodgings here above Mr. Sholmes' office. I still can't quite believe it. I never expected things would turn out like this. Oh, I know! To actually be sharing accommodation with the world's greatest detective? If I ever find myself before a court of law now, I will have not one regret. I don't know what you're talking about. But I'd be happy to defend you, of course. Okay. Let's go to the pawnbrokery. Windibank's pawnbrokery. So this is a British pawnbrokery. There are all sorts of tools and contraptions here that I've never laid eyes on before. Ah, Sasato-san. And that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me. Hey, look at all the clocks. Lots of them. My dear fellows, let's not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Mr. Sholmes, welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Windibank of our ire. Come! The fight is afoot! I'm gonna examine some things first. Like, all these clocks. Oh, never mind, I won't. Oh, here we go. What are you doing? We're not here to browse. Alright. Let's talk to Windibank first. You win this round. I know! Sasato is also like, aw. You will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yes. The second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windibank. The color of the wood is different, it has holes in it, it's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There's only one way to make amends. Excuse me? I don't know if we need, like, the silly, like, music going on right now. That animation's so good. He just, like, scurries over and grabs it and runs back, and it's like, alright, I'm terribly sorry. I don't think that will be necessary. Do you? If I may just say one thing before I pop off. You wanted to make the joke of Persona? Yeah, see, I told you we'd be playing Persona this week. I told y'all. This is the new party member. This is, oh, what's his name? It's older Ken. Ken's the name, right? Persona. Ah, yes. It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry? As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard, ah, here it is. You did? And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me. No! Stop, my dear fellow! The fault is mine! Whew! It would appear that the fight is over. I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windibank. Evidently my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Erlock Sholmes without that questionable disposition now, would you? I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I needn't remind you of the collection of items you've brought through my door in the past. Oh? In the extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Erlock Sholmes, or some such. Oh my, a new full-fledged novel? Unpublished? A story I've yet to read? Forgive me. Wait, before you die, you must tell me more. Sasato's not even like, no, please don't. She's like, wait, first, tell me things, then go ahead. Damn, Sasato. I must know more. Tell me everything. It's really an unpublished story? Under this very roof? Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see. The latest manuscript recounting the adventures of one Mr. Erlock Sholmes. Indeed I do, for I'm confident it will be quite safe here. And that was that. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay your fee, do I not? And kindly continue to store my belongings securely. Of course, sir, of course. They're safe and sound with me, I assure you. On my life. Oh my god! This guy! I'm so concerned for you. It's all very strange. I wonder, could I ask you something? A gentleman from the east, I see. That sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it? Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull. Sorry? But for your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic. Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say. 5 guineas, you say? How interesting. Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London. Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you describe. I appraise their items and offer them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure storage. If in that time they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned. What happens if they don't pay you the money? Then the items are offered for sale in my shop. As you can see on the shelves behind me. You never sell items before the 2 months has passed then. That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all. The very idea, Mr. Winterbank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually. Sholmes! You were Okay, I understand that's the joke. But, like, buddy. Says the man who was telling us it was a good day to die only this morning. Let's not forget that I've already helped you take the measures to ensure such tragedy never occurs. What sort of measures? I engineered a simple device, which Mr. Winterbank has installed here in his shop. I call it the red-handed recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Winterbank? Huh. What was that deep sigh about? What is a red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are 2 just below the ceiling. A camera attached to some sort of timing device. Oh! He installed security cameras?! Furnished with some 100 pieces of film. Every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. I have an example I can show you. A print from the camera is set to record the activity of the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image, even in darkness. That's extraordinary. You can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look. Objection! I don't know if that's how that works. So you see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be exposed. Did you not say the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals? Indeed, as you say. And what if the incident were to occur in between times? One could only say that would be a cruel twist of fate. Do you at least have, like, the 2 cameras staggered at 15-minute intervals? Yeah, counterpoint, he's Sherlock Sholmes. Fun fact, color film wasn't brought to the rest of the world till late in the century. once Erlach Sholmes deemed it appropriate to, bestow it upon them. I must confess, your devices have been giving me some cause of distress. I beg your pardon, Mr. Windibank? Surely they're anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one, but 2 cameras in my shop, after all. Which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbroker, no? Heaven help us. Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. The very thing. Thank you, Mr. Windibank. Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop, huh? If anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer. He's so extra, oh my gosh. I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Fear not. Sorry. I've only loaded a single bullet. No one but myself could possibly be harmed. It's not really what I meant. Good day to you, then, Mr. Windibank. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes. So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last! So what's this? Oh, a music box. I've never seen one so large before. Oh. That's pretty. This particular specimen is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There's a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. It's a record player. Though the popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace. The way it works is fairly different. Oh, really? Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter there. Mr. Windibank is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. This might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. This revolver here. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. I assure you, Mr. Windibank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belying his portly size. A music box like that will have raised bumps on the disc, which will pluck little... Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. Oh, that's pretty cool. So it's like the same type of thing as, like, you know, the little boxes where you kind of like the little music boxes where you kind of have like the little like little rod sticking out that you kind of like wind, and then the front of it kind of like rotates and makes notes. These cylinders, yeah. Okay, that's the one I'm thinking of. The one with like the cylinders. Yeah. Cool. The one they're describing has replaceable discs, so you can like change the song. Oh, that's really neat. In recompense for his blunder. Oh my. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? A door. Leaves the storage room. Mr. Winterbank keeps articles that are currently in pawn. There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any larcenous activity. Recommend or not is not something I intend to do. There's but one key, and Mr. Winterbank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot, which he slides under his pillow. How do you know about that, Mr. Sholmes? I'm a detective, sir. It's my business to know what others do not. I'm frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to retain. A record player from the early 1900s would function on similar principles. The sound is produced via the needle running along grooves in the record, but it would be much more complex method of production. Oh, that's fascinating. I find that very interesting. And it is once again a learning stream. The prime suspect if this pawnbroker is ever burgled. I see cool hats. Almost anything you care to imagine. Look at me learning. I can try and do it, Blue Braid. I do miss it. Those are fortified items offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? When you pawn or pop an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he's free to display it in a shop for sale at a price of his choosing. No price tags and everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. Yeah, and unfortunately I turned in my triangle strategy, so I can't get it myself. I might, someone post in Discord for it, I can see if I can figure out something. Get it back on there. Big old horn coming out of a gramophone magnifies the sound the needle makes as it moves along. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Somebody pawned that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never. It embodies my student spirit. What's this? Two little windows for looking through. A stereoscope. You must see it once! I'm trying to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. Just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They're often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them. Why are people meddling with such black magic? It is no magic, my dear madam. Far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. I've never heard of a stereoscope. I mean, I guess maybe I did. I didn't know it was called a stereoscope. Like, I've definitely seen those things that, like, have the two eye holes and the little boxes that you look into. Oh, gotcha. This was like a 3DS gimmick. That would make sense, because we already had them, like, toss the coin at us. That would make sense. I bet that was really cool then. Today's date, 15th of April. That's not for sale, I must point out. It's an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date. A perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself. Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see, so I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say. Oh yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job. Three globes of gold, is that some sort of charm? Three golden balls are, in Great Britain at least, the universal sign of a pawnbrokery. There are more than 700 such establishments in the capital, all showing the same sign. Oh, I see. I had not imagined your ignorance was so profound. Damn, rude. What is the significance of the three golden balls then? Does it have some special meaning? That is entirely unimportant here, dear madam. Irrelevant even. Okay. I think that's everything. No, it's not. Whatever could it be used for? There's a small catch just here, look. We're gonna open it, aren't we? Some sort of spring-loaded mechanism. What are you two doing? Nothing. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. What? Only tuppence for it. That ain't fair and you know it. The article is barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. That can't be right. Have you even had a proper butcher's at it? Oh! Oh! I know who talks like that! Yeah! Yeah! Gina, I think. It's the young lady from Mr. McGilded's trial 2 months ago! Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord! I remembered your name. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. Hey! Sup, friend? Hey, Gina. Gordon Bennett, you lot! Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well. What? You remember me, Lynn, do ya? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. Time for bed? Bamfy, you have a great night. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'll pick up Code Vein after stream. We'll get our gaming on. Have a good day at work tomorrow. And like I said, thanks for hanging. I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So what are you doing in here? Give kitties some pets for me, please. If you can, if they're not already sleeping. Down and out like the rest of us. Nothing to eat. Come to pop that black weasel, or sorry, coat, have ya? What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day, unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Mr. Sholmes! So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article, and I shall negotiate with Mr. Windabank on your behalf. Pull the other one. I don't need no help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business. Go on, or I'll make trouble for you. As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. Aw. I won't. He's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here. What does that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc? And you, go on. Leave me alone. Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Susato-san could really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Yeah, well, I am, alright. I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. That a problem, is it? No, not at all. It's just that, well... Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong to her. Probably got it on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy Chase. I am all for using the phrase Chevy Chase as a derogatory term. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. Or in the with like a negative connotation, I should say. You're not gonna deny it, Mr. Naruhodo? Alright then, I'm just gonna come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I don't know how best to answer that, really. Suppose, sometimes. You're not gonna deny it either, Miss Lestrade? But not this time, alright? I swear. That thing belongs to me. The disc that Mr. Winterbank is holding? Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this. I'm so glad that she's back in the game. Both her and Iris are awesome. Mr. Winterbank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface. Thanks to chat, I know this is a music disc. And a music box? What, you don't even know what a music box is? You Eastern lot ain't too savvy, eh? I know what a music box is, I've just never seen one of these discs before. The small protrusions on the metal disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going, and beautiful music plays. It's so incredible. Tell us what tune is on this disc. I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are so many different types of music box, you see. British made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for. And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this. Even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny. That's a packet of lies. He told me, he did. He said it was, well... He? Who? Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. That disc's worth good money. I know it is. Well, then you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you? Ugh. I have pawned things before. Most notably, a guitar that I owned. Let me tell you, the pawn shop experience is mighty depressing and unpleasant. Although nowadays, it would probably be a lot easier to sell something for like closer to correct value, like with all the different ways to sell things online. But at the time, it was not the case. And they will always try to find a reason why it's not worth much. She's been in before, of course. This little Tatterdemalion? Demalion? Tatterdemalion. Tatterdemalion? I think Demalion sounds right. I have no idea what that word means, though. I see. I brought some dubious article or other with her every single time, I might add. Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me. So, is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today? Well, if only it were that simple. What do you mean? What she actually brought in was a storage ticket. A storage ticket? Mr. Strahd has actually come to redeem an article from you today. She's getting a Porygon Z! Excuse me, I have brought this here so that I could, you know, evolve my Porygon, please. One Porygon Z, please. Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs sorting. Alright, yeah, that's definitely dubious. The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight, but as she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her. What was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Winterbank. Little scamp is wearing it, ma'am. It's the overcoat that she redeemed. What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So what about the disc then? How does that come into all this? Ah, the disc is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I can agree to a price. I'm confused. I thought you said that Mr. Strahd brought in the storage ticket today. It's really quite simple. The child brought me a storage ticket, and the money owed on it, as you say. This heavy black coat, which you returned to her care as I understood it. That's right. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets. Oh, you mean... What, don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady? So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it? If you mean this disc, then yes, exactly. And she immediately tried to pawn it. For quite a high price as well. Give it up, I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would. Mr. Strahd, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Well, me. Doesn't really appear to be your size. Me old man. It's me old man's, ain't it? Is it, Mr. Strahd? Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. Out of my way, please. Oh, who is this asshole? Okay, I shouldn't... I jumped to conclusions. I've made a snap judgment, I apologize. But, like, I did not vibe with this character immediately. I recognize that that was kind of rude of me. I do apologize. Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen. This is not one of them. And then there's this jabroni. And there's this clown. Wide, wide tie. What's your problem, eh? There is no problem, as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve. Okay, I can, like, call him an asshole now, right? It's no longer just based on my first impression and a snap judgment and unfair, but rather him threatening to physically assault my 16-year-old judicial assistant, who is my good friend. Oh, is he talking to... Oh, because he was looking at me? Hold on, let me catch this. Oh, okay. See, he was looking at me, so I thought he was talking to us, and little girl was Sasato. But I think you're right. I think he's talking to Gina. What's your problem? There is no problem as long as you remove yourself. I've matter to discuss. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I'll see you outside. Okay, yeah, he's talking to Gina. Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a gent, you should know how to wait in line. Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Who are you? How do you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? Okay, I got a question for you. I got a question, chat. Is there a way for the phrase, don't you know who I am? Or something to that effect to be said and it not be, like, pretentious as shit? Because I see this line, and it's made me realize, and like the thought jumps to my head, like, I can't think of a way someone could say to me, don't you know who I am, that would make me, like, not immediately dislike them severely. You haven't the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims, it seems? What? You mean from you? Broker! Yes, sir? I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you. No? Yes? The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say, any music box discs too. No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's me old man's, or it was, now it's mine. Yeah, I guess he's not her father. I was on board with that too. Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying? What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life, I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before. Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now. No, I swear it. I swear to God. It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again. Oh yes, as you can see, I'm a man of impeccable style. Are you, though? First of all, I hate to be the bearer of bad news to you, buddy, but you're not even #1 on the list of guys I've seen today when it comes into style. Because let me tell you, Sholmes without the overcoat and the hat is dapper as hell. Blows you out of the water. I don't like your tie. I don't like the little checkered pattern on the top of your hat. Also, the all-white suits don't really do it for me. This isn't the first time that I've been targeted by these back slum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Come along now, Mr. Lestrade, give the good gentleman's coat back. If you're gonna cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Hold on, why does everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy cove, and you think I'm the dodgy one? I'm sorry, but no one's gonna believe you. I believe you! Well, what about evidence? Yeah? Where's your evidence that I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see it. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. You what? Evidence that the article Mr. Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman? Of course, we need only consult Mr. Windibank's ledger to know the truth. We're going to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Very sorry. I'm afraid that won't be possible. I never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine. But why not? Well now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their, to remain anonymous. Anonymity. But then how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it? Well, it's quite simple. Good sir, might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? Of course. It's... Professor. Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. The gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt. A watchword? Interesting. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windibank. As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why. Certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? Great detectives have no dark secrets, none at all. Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. Well, did she know the watchword then? And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article? That's right. Just as soon as the requisite fee is paid. And I have supplied you with the information you require already, but for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat, deposited 2 months ago on 15th of February. That doesn't mean anything. We already heard that it was going to be done today, and we know it's 2 months. We already know it's an overcoat because she's wearing it. The question is, did she know the watchword? Because if she knew the watchword, then the watchword doesn't help us here. All perfectly correct information. But how? Really, this is beyond a joke now. There's no further room for doubt. Sholmes, help? Oh. Sholmes is gone. Oh, okay. I can't browse. Who are you? One would expect the Inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you? We're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. Oh! Got some good moves, though. Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup, dressed up with exotic spices. Why are we thinking of somewhere else? What was that theatrical gesticulation? Anyways, you're such a gentleman, sir. You offer your own name first, before inquiring after the name of another? Of course, yes. I am Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. Eggert Benedict. God, that one's bad. That one's a bad pun. Enchanted. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. Now, to the matter at hand. My overcoat. Return it at once. To someone with the style to carry it off. Every move he makes, Every breath he takes. I can't stand watching him. Nice! Good job. Good job, localization team. Okay, you know what? Let me just say the outfit does work well with the overcoat. You know, I was kind of harsh on your vibe. Tie's a little wide for me, but like, not too bad. With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. This is why I ate grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar. The contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker. Of course, sir. Here's the disc for you. Just this one? Pardon, sir? I was expecting another. I deposited another. Oh dear, I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. Gutterling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you? Says who, eh? I don't know nothing about it. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. Oh! What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. There's blood on the disc. That's because all those sharp little bumps. Ben must have scratched his finger on them. Found it first, alright. I mean, it belonged to me old man. So you're not having it. Or you take it. Me? If I hang on to it, they'll have it off me again. So you keep hold of it. Miss Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? The music box disc has been entered to the court record. You there. In the black livery. Hand that disc to me at once, please. No, don't. He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars. What do I do now? How am I going to resolve this? She's really looking daggers at that mysterious gentleman. We need to do something to calm things down before she loses control and attacks him again. Okay, hear me out, though. What if we just let her cook? Sholmes, help! Oh, I could go for you know, a caramel bar. I love caramel. So you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place. Whilst, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, the 7% solution of caramel. Oh! I didn't know that was a thing. I obviously know Eggs Benedict, but I didn't know about Eggs Florentine. Hold on. This is going to be a learning stream. I love learning stream, especially when it's about food. Eggs Florentine. Oh, it's Spanish instead of ham. Ooh. Yeah, it looks good. I'm looking at the pictures, and I'm like, I'm on board. And I bet that's something that, you know, you can have then, right? Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Miss Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. I've heard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Poor Mr. Sholmes, I feel something awful for you. Maybe try making it sometime. I have never poached eggs. The only eggs I've really made are like over medium or scrambled. I guess I made an omelet too. I guess that counts, right? But I've never like poached an egg or nothing. I usually just like go with scrambled because it's so easy. It would seem that my inferences are correct. Surely not about to tell us that you've solved the entire case once again. My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, were my genius for deduction to be commoditized? How much could I pawn it for? I think if you want to try it, you definitely should. Like, what's the worst thing that happens? You find out that poaching eggs is kind of hard, and then you, like, don't do it super great, but you have a better idea how to do it the next time? Like, I always love experimenting with stuff in the kitchen. Seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration. But who knows what will help resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman? What's the right thing to do here? Listen to the deduction! Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament. Where the blue blazes have you been, eh? Pardon? When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away, not an hour later. Harsh. And who, pray tell, are you? Mr. Eggert Benedict? You have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon? The first is this. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How? He's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg. It would seem that once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction. Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah yes, as I hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Herlock Sholmes Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Yeah, let's go! The great deduction, the game is afoot! Oh, they dropped this on me out of nowhere. Topic 1, Mystery Man's Aim. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. I love this song. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. That's most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Guess what brought you to the shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. This is the perfect time to learn how to hard boil them. I've never made hard-boiled eggs. Even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. There's some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutch to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. An utter rot. I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing ferrule. And if any walking cane would be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of the stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there's only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recording, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? The handle, which evidently would like to conceal. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle? But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod. It's the broken handle of a shovel. Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. I don't know about that, Sholmes. This is utterly absurd. You just that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel? What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? A sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. I love Sholmes' deduction so much. This madness is into the sewers now? Is the theft of which sits in the vault of the bank, the special reserve funds for the great exhibition. Of course, that's top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. To steal the great exhibition's reserve funds. I don't think that's quite it, friend. Mr. Sholmes? Well, Mr. Naruhodo? An impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank over the road and what it has in its vault? Indeed, though few know of its existence. It is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Yo, have a great night, Penguin! Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I'm gonna, like, finish the deduction myself, and then, like, I'll wrap it up. But you should not sit here rather loudly. Thank you for hanging out. There may or may not be a stream tomorrow. If there is, it'll be either a little early or a little short, because I do have Final Fantasy XIV Raid tomorrow. And then I've been off on a lot of Wednesdays lately, but I might do like a daytime stream or something. The next normal stream's probably Thursday, and it'll probably be Persona. I need to make sure to get like Persona in. I haven't played Persona in like over a week. Yes, massage into shape. Do, 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 do. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. What business do you venture in this pawnbrokery today? You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. What brought you to the shop in the first place? It's the staff recruitment flyer. No. They attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank. He wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? Motives lies elsewhere. Aha! Well, scribbled notes. Name Gina Lestrade, height 5'2", green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel. Detailed description of Miss Lestrade. It's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Although if you showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. Details of the shop have been written down here too. Window Pawnbrokery, Baker Street, redemption deadline 15th of April, which is today's date. Why would he have that?
Take that!
Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket Miss Lestrade and to Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery here. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole a redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It is information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here to Windibank's pawnbrokery, and today the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. And you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there's some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutch to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. An utter rot. I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak of is, of course, the missing ferrule. No, it's the fact that it says AG and his name is, you know, Egbert Benedict. It appears to be missing. Doesn't actually look broke, does it? No, it doesn't. Gentleman certainly did recoil. Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. Look here, Mr. Sato. There's some letters on the handle. Ah, yes, those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names. Or like Sholmes would be HS. That's right, and the initials on this cane, obviously. Oh, AG. Why does it feel as though that's not quite right?
Take that!
The initialing. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing. A most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Egbert Benedict? We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet in most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. The cane isn't... You said before that you'd had that cane for years. So don't try to tell us that you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. Well, that's a good sign. That means your name isn't, you know, Eggs Benedict. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. What is the truth behind this rod you bear? Your reaction betrays the truth. The handle which you evidently would like to conceal is the key to understanding this riddle. Let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. Mr. Strahd redeemed that fine-looking overcoat. Now a mysterious man has appeared, introduced himself with a fake name, claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. But we know that he actually identified Mr. Strahd from a written description, which suggests everything else he's told us is untrue. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. Oh! Split seam.
Take that!
The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so baldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. This catalog of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Windibank. But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. To abscond with a redeemed item. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have been planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed a wheeze to filch some tawdry article of pawnage? Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner, using the watchword? Had I not been the one to deposit in the first place, how could I possibly have known the relevant details? Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you were only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. Let's consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawned property of another. The methods revealed by the council notice on the counter which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. No more talk of tunneling into the sewers, which is a pity because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Professor. If you don't know that word, Mr. Windibank would never allow you to redeem the article. Or look at it another way. If you did know that word, Mr. Windibank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword somehow? Memo. What's it say? Professor. Mr. Windibank must make a note of the watchword his customers give him right before their eyes. In an alarmingly clear script as well. I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see?
Take that!
The notebook. The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered on a notelet he has on hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker, but his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It's increasingly apparent that you were present in the shop before your accusation against Mr. Strahd. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windibank. When the diligent broker made a note of the watchword, as is common practice, you observed him writing the word professor on the notelet beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Miss Lestrade. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you had very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc, which according to Mr. Windibank isn't even worth a penny. Yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it. Could we really? I'm going to have a thorough look through all the evidence we've collected so far. Oh! Little scrap of paper from McGilded! Scribbled word or two. It looks like somebody's name. For McGilded. It couldn't be. But it is Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget. But why? Why is his name on this? What the hell? The music box disc tells us all we need to know. You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that on the back? It reads, for McGilded. Mr. Magnus McGilded, the unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago, a prominent man in London, though his lone mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature, in fact. It was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you've squeezed yourself into. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Eggert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. Gosh, the great deductions are so fun. I really like them. But what the hell is McGilded doing with it? Like, this is like 2 cases later. We probably want to, like, wrap it up here soon. But I'll finish this conversation first. Well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not am I expected to hear in those circumstances. As soon as they let us leave here, we'll wrap it up for the day. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Mrs. Sato. Well, according to what Mr. Winterbank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not? Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Today's 15th of April, so 2 months ago today. Would have been 15th February. 10:30 p.m. That suggests... Yes, 15th February is precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. Oh! At 10:30 in the evening. It's precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However... Oh! I must insist you hand over the music box disc. Now. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. There are some things a man must protect, at all costs. This may well be one of those things. Then again, it may not. Mr. Winterbank, this is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take my own life? Mr. Winterbank, no. Alright, that's enough. Hey, the cops are here. Inspector Gregson. Inspector? That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines, so we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh? Oh, praise be. You're here at last. Just make sure you say persona before you do it. Persona! I was moments away from forfeiting my own life in my very own establishment. It would seem you have the upper hand. Right, you like got some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy. Yeah, by his own gun, as far as I can tell. And the whole of Britain could meet with its end if I don't get to the bottom of the case I'm supposed to be working on. What's the case? Spare no detail. I might have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station. But of course, Inspector. Oh! Yeah! Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's what it should be there for, Mr. Winterbank. Like, you've got someone trying to... Like, you have someone pointing a gun at your customers. Now is the time... Now is the time to, like, point it outwards. Oh, did he run? In a spate of theft at pawn shops around here recently. So we fit emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble. Oh, Inspector, I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permley and Morden. I'll be taking that whatever it is and Gilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. Hand it over. Of course. No, don't give it to him. It's mine. Mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence? If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. And so, we handed Mr. McGilded's disc over to Inspector Gregson, and were summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. Oh, well that's perfect! That's perfect. I said when we leave we were going to stop for the night, and it looks like it's like exactly at the end of the part. Okay. Well, that was cool. I like that. I liked the case that we finished, and I thought that whole section was really nice. I had a good time. I want to thank you all for hanging out. As always, it's been fun. Like I said, there may or may not be streams tomorrow and Wednesday. If they are, they'll be like short things or something. And then Thursday we should be back with Persona, and they'll probably be back on this on Friday or Saturday, one of the two. So yeah, thank you for hanging out. Let me find someone to send it to. I'll share the love, pass the love on. And yeah, I hope y'all have a nice couple days. Hopefully I will see you. If not, no biggie. I'll see you Thursday. Oh, Skybells is playing Banjo-Kazooie for the first time. I love Banjo-Kazooie.
Emotes. I like sharing them.
Oh, it looks like Skybells just switched to Mahjong, but that's okay. It's already been created. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a great night. Or Thursday or whatever. At some point.